Good afternoon. A tornado watch is in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. This includes Wichita up toward Newton and Harvey County, Sedgwick County in the mix, back toward Medicine Lodge and Barber County. Right here at the KSN studios, we are getting a lot of pea-size hail. All of the thunderstorms that have been bubbling up ahead of the cold front have continued to go severe. And these thunderstorms, they are rocketing it to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. This goes to show you the amount of lift that we have with this cold front, and we also have just a tremendous amount of instability and moisture. We also have some other thunderstorms out ahead of the leading line of thunderstorms. This is going to be over toward the Winfield area in Cowley County, moving over toward Elk and Chautauqua counties. So taking you a closer look here at Wichita, this is the storm that is moving through downtown Wichita as we speak. We also have meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. We have places from northern Sedgwick County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45. We also have another severe thunderstorm that is coming up from the southwest. Let's get out to meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3 for an update. Jack.
Hey, Lisa. Yeah, right now we're at the 47th Street and Interstate 135 interchange. We're looking off to the north, and we've been seeing a little bit of a supercell structure on this storm. We've had a little bit of an outflow feature that kind of looked like a wall cloud, kind of looked like a shelf cloud, somewhere in between one of those two. And that just tells me that this thing's trying to rotate just a little bit, and I think that may definitely increase the risk for some large hail right in the middle of downtown Wichita with this storm as it moves through. Lisa?
Come over the downtown area over toward KSN, the hail intensity really started to pick up, largely peas, but it looks like we do have a few dimes that are in the mix with this storm right here. Again, this is going to be tracking to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. More thunderstorms approaching the far southwestern parts of Sedgwick County, and the thunderstorms are going to continue to keep forming from the southwest to the northeast until the front can basically purge the atmosphere and sweep this on away from us. Heavy amounts of rainfall downtown Wichita, our downtown Wichita Skyview camera looking to the north, low visibility, also a similar scene from Wichita State University as we are looking back to the west. So this is the type of rainfall that you don't want to be driving out in. And of course, because these are warned for largely hail, we have had some reports up to about ping pong ball size hail in the Valley Center earlier. That's the largest hailstones that we have seen so far. Also starting to get a little bit of hail out of this cell just to the north of Argonia. Danville under a severe thunderstorm warning until 3 p.m. Lucy, if you could go ahead and put the marquee on this one storm. What time does this expire? Is this 3 o'clock? This is also 3 o'clock. So we have the one from northeastern Sedgwick County until 2:45. We have the other one from the southwest part of Sedgwick County, northwestern Sumner County. My phone is now ringing. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is probably coming in for Sedgwick County as we speak to account for this tracking to the northeast. And then we also have the activity over toward Danville that has also produced another severe thunderstorm warning. Farther to the north, on top of Burns, could also get quarter-size hail out of this storm until 3 p.m. Marion County down toward northwestern Butler County under a severe thunderstorm warning. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Cottonwood Falls, also up toward the Emporia area, over toward Americus, also pretty heavy thunderstorm. Also looks like hail is going to be one of the main components of that storm. To the east, southeast, we'll have to watch these storms rather closely because if they decide to stay discreet and away from the main line, then these may turn into supercells. We have all forms of severe weather on the table today. This is the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has opted for the tornado watch as opposed to the severe thunderstorm watch from south central into eastern Kansas. But look at the line of severe thunderstorms. It's not just us across south central, southeastern Kansas. It's also going to be for locations up toward the Kansas City Metro and even into Iowa. So please make sure that you are being weather aware. We are streaming this on our Facebook, on all of our social media channels, including YouTube and X, and also our streaming app. We have a tornado watch that will stay in effect until 9 p.m. this evening for Wichita, Sedgwick County, Barber County, and Medicine Lodge, up toward Emporia and Topeka, plus Ark City, down into Oklahoma, including Kay County and the Ponca City area. Keep it tuned here. We'll continue to keep you advised. We have an active situation from south central into eastern Kansas. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect. These thunderstorms are in a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable for tornadoes to occur. And just to the north of the Kansas City metro, we have one tornado warning that is in progress. No tornado warnings at this time, but there are some storms that are showing some signs of rotation within the KSN viewing area. The tornado watch that stays in effect until 9 p.m. includes Wichita, Sedgwick County. Barber County has now been lifted because the cold front continues to push these thunderstorms farther to the east. And we basically have two different areas. There's this one solid line of thunderstorms that goes from western Oklahoma all the way up toward Iowa. And then we have some other thunderstorms that are out ahead of the pack across southeastern Kansas that have also provided us with several severe thunderstorm warnings. Closer look, Wichita, we have one cell that's to the southwest of us. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4 p.m. over toward Clearwater and across the county line into northwestern Sumner County toward Conway Springs. This is tracking to the northeast pretty quickly at about 55 miles per hour. So I'm not expecting these thunderstorms to last for the entire evening. Taking a live look with our Skyview camera from Wichita State University, looking back to the east, this one storm also has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. We go a little bit farther to the south here over toward Argonia and also Conway Springs. You can see that other cell, and also down toward Anthony. We also have another budding cell, but it is not severe. The one that we've been watching with our Skyview camera from Wichita State University is going to be this one that's over toward the Benton area and also Towanda. This is where we find meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. And last I saw Jack, he was on the Kansas Turnpike trying to stay out ahead of this storm. Jack, what's the latest on this storm?
Hi, Lisa. Right now, we're just to the northeast of Andover. We're looking up at the back end of this storm that just cleared out of Sedgwick County. And right now, I think over about directly in the center of the screen, we're seeing what's looking like a whale's mouth forming. So this would be the underside of a potentially developing shelf cloud, which tells me this storm is not rotating very strongly. So there's basically very little tornado threat, at least imminently with this storm. But it could be trying to form more of that line structure and transitioning more towards a damaging wind threat. But also, for the time being, until we get that line to fill in, hail is going to be a pretty big concern with this storm as well. And it's racing off to the northeast. I think we're moving northeast about 50 miles an hour with this storm, and it's giving us some trouble keeping up with it, even here driving full speed on the turnpike. Lisa.
And Jack, when you talk about these fast speeds, it's because if you look way high up into the atmosphere, how quickly the pattern is flying these storms on through. That's because when you go several thousand feet up, it is quite brisk. But these thunderstorms, they're going to take a hit and then they're going to quickly move out. So he's going to continue to stay on this storm, moving up the turnpike. But I want to go a little bit farther up the road on the turnpike over toward this storm. Now, a little while ago, we were seeing some signs of rotation. This storm may be out ahead of this main line, and this may go into an area that's going to be more conducive for tornadic development. Right now, we're continuing to monitor the possibility of half-dollar size hail. And as Jack said, yes, hail has been the #1 concern with any of these thunderstorms. One of the largest hailstone reports we had came in from Valley Center earlier this afternoon, and that was up to ping pong ball size hail. But this one is producing hail up to half-dollar size. We're going to watch this guy real closely. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Lyon County until 3:15 tonight. And then we also have additional thunderstorms that are out ahead of the main line, prompting severe thunderstorm warnings from Cowley County over towards Chautauqua, also a small sliver of Greenwood County, but pretty much all of Elk County. These thunderstorms may try to stay supercellular, meaning they are going to stay individual. This may also turn into more of a tornadic threat as it continues to push off to the east. But right now, we're monitoring the possibility of some large hail and this one cell over towards Cedarville. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for all of those thunderstorms until 3:45. So you can see the line, one line that's moving on through. Once this line goes through, that's going to be about it because the cold front is progressing. Then we have additional thunderstorms out ahead of it. And yes, this is snow. We were talking about that earlier this week, that maybe we may see a little bit of rain-snow mixture up to the northwest. But as it stands, those ahead of the cold front, a tornado watch will stay in effect until 9 p.m. this evening, already having numerous tornado warnings from Iowa and just to the north of the Kansas City metro. No tornado warnings right now for the KSN viewing area, but we have conditions that are favorable. We'll continue to monitor the severe storm threat from the KSN Storm Track 3 Weather Center with meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. We also have meteorologist Lucy Dahl here assisting as well. We'll now return you to regular programming.
Sorry, what was that? Did you all try to tell us something? Okay, another cut in. Gotcha.
An update from the Storm Track 3 Weather Center tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes to occur in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. Wichita, Sedgwick County included, along with Harper County on the Kansas side, Ponca City in Oklahoma, all the way up toward the Kansas City metro. You'll notice north of Kansas City, this polygon that is highlighted in purple, that is a confirmed tornado, one that has been reported in Atchison County by a storm spotter. Basically, all of these thunderstorms that have developed ahead of the cold front have gone severe. So far this afternoon, large hail has been the primary culprit. We've had anywhere from about $50 up to ping pong ball size hailstones that have been reported in some of these thunderstorms. Let's go and take a closer look because Wichita remains under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m. It's for this other cell that's been coming up from the southwest, moving through Clearwater over toward Hayesville, south side of Wichita and the east side. This is going to be heading over toward the Andover area, and it is going to have not only the heavy rain threat, quite a bit of lightning, but we're also going to have some hailstones that could be up to quarter size hail. From our downtown Wichita Skyview camera, we're looking to the south. You can see the overcast skies, not much when it comes to visibility closer to the surface. Where you're going to get underneath some of this heavy rain, it could definitely block your view. So please make sure that you're taking it easy on your evening commute. Hopefully you're not driving through any of these thunderstorms. We are out ahead of this line with Storm Tracker 3 prompting a severe thunderstorm warning for the northeastern parts of Butler County, but also watching the cell that's coming out of Sedgwick County. This also goes up toward Cottonwood Falls. This warning is in effect until 4 p.m. It will also be for hail. Let's get out to meteorologist Jack Maney and Storm Tracker 3. You are heading back south, getting into position to watch the other storms that are coming up from the southwest, Jack.
Yeah, Lisa, right now we're heading south out of El Dorado, and what we've been seeing so far with these storms has been that they've been trending towards forming into lines a little bit earlier, which is good news if you don't want to see the really big hailstones, which we have been keeping more. We've been looking more towards that damaging wind potential with these storms as they turn into more of these line structures, especially these storms that are forming right along the cold front. But yeah, we're still looking at some pretty rowdy thunderstorms here coming up, and we're going to be getting into position for those that are coming up from the southwest coming out of Sedgwick County. Lisa.
All right, and we'll continue to check in with meteorologist Jack Maney and Storm Tracker 3. Lyon County new severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m., including Emporia. This includes the Turnpike. One cell that did move through Lyon County earlier, it is now starting to show some signs of producing some big hail, and it also might go on to produce a tornado. This is over Osage County. This is just outside of the KSN viewing area. It is to the south of Topeka. I'm also watching this cell over Chautauqua County. It's been tracking more so to the east. It is also capable of producing some rather large hail. At times, we've seen this start to pulse up, trying to produce some golf ball size hail, and now it looks like it's trying to go back down. But we'll continue to monitor this over toward the Sedan area. It is now starting to shift to the east of Cedarvale. Nothing that's capable of producing a tornado at this time, but I think we definitely need to watch this one closely because these thunderstorms are out ahead. They have all the ingredients to work with out ahead of the main line. And as these storms start to stay by themselves, that's when they can rotate. That's when they produce the larger hail, and it also could lead to a tornado. More severe weather just across the state line into northern Oklahoma. This will be tracking to the northeast. All of these thunderstorms are basically booking it northeastward at about 55 miles per hour. Watching this other storm coming closer to Argonia. There is no severe thunderstorm warning on the cell in eastern Harper County at this time, but basically any place along this line, you're going to see the potential for the hail. Might even get some gusty winds up to 60 and 70 miles per hour. And yes, that is snow across parts of northeastern Colorado. Goes to show you just how dynamic the atmosphere is today. Through 9 p.m., tornado watch stays in effect for the Wichita area. No active tornado warnings, but definitely the ingredients are there for the large hail, the damaging winds, and the tornado threat through early tonight. We'll continue to keep you advised right here on KSN and always online at ksn.com. Thunderstorms continue to be severe at this hour. We have a steady train of one severe thunderstorm after another from Oklahoma, slicing across Kansas, up toward Missouri, and even into Iowa. We did have a report of a tornado earlier this afternoon in Atchison County, which is just to the north of the Kansas City metro. We have not had a tornado warning just yet with any of these thunderstorms. So far, we've seen the largest hailstones up to the size of ping pong balls. Hail continues to be the #1 threat at this hour. Heavy amounts of rainfall. We also have quite a bit of frequent lightning. From now until 9 p.m., we have a tornado watch in effect. This includes Wichita, Sedgwick County, up toward Harvey County, Ark City, Independence, and Emporia. Barber County, where Medicine Lodge is located, because the cold front has started to advance, you are no longer under a tornado watch. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the thunderstorms we still have in progress. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southeastern Sedgwick County. We've had some reports of some hail to the size of quarters in the Hayesville area. On back toward Belle Plaine and to the north and also to the west of Wellington, we're going to get some hail out of this. We also have quite a bit of a dark looking sky looking to the south over Wichita, and this rainfall is torrential. It is going to reduce visibility. We highly advise not driving through these thunderstorms because not only do you have the heavy rain threat and the low visibility, but you could also be getting some hailstones out of this. Over toward El Dorado, impacting the turnpike for the entire length of Butler County. Severe thunderstorm warning stays in effect until 4 p.m. Farther to the north over toward Emporia, also including the turnpike, some of the heaviest of the rains now shifting off to the east over toward Olpe and Neosho Rapids. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:15. All these thunderstorms have started to line up like the carts of a train, but this storm over toward Elk City has continued to be one that's out ahead of it, and it has had some rotation at times. There's no tornado warning on it, but we continue to monitor the threat rather closely. Back to the south-southwest over towards Sumner County and also Harper County on the Kansas side. Another line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing the heavy rain threat, but also the quarter to perhaps as large as half-dollar size hail. We're also going to continue to monitor more thunderstorms that will be moving out of Oklahoma here shortly because the path of all of these storms is rapidly to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. We do have meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. Let's get out to him real quickly to take a look at what he is located at, where he is located, and what he is seeing. Jack.
Hi, Lisa. Right now we're located near the little community of Rock, a little ways northeast of Udall, and this is looking at a shelf cloud. We're looking back to the northwest towards the Wichita metro, and what we've been seeing with these storms is a tendency to grow together into lines, and that is pretty good news if you're trying to keep the hail sizes down, but these could still be producing some strong gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour. There is still some hail potential with them, and also the tornado threat will continue to increase as we get deeper into the evening and that spin in the atmosphere continues to ramp up. So we're going to be staying with these storms, and we'll keep you updated here from the field in Storm Tracker 3. Lisa? All
right, meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. Also, as these storms start to evolve and push farther to the east, they're also going to go into an environment that is more conducive for tornadic development. Tornado watch stays in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. We'll continue to keep you advised right here on KSN.
Before, so we're back in like 5 minutes.
Do you want to just stay here?
Yeah, we could just sit here for a minute.
Or I mean, it's up to you. We can.
Okay.
Storm Track 3 weather rate forecast with Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman.
From storms to snow. What a dynamic storm system that is taking place across the country, and Kansas is in the crosshairs. We have a tornado watch in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. We're not the only ones under a tornado watch. It extends from Wisconsin, a new tornado watch over toward the St. Louis metro, on back to the southwest and across the state line into Oklahoma. We also have a tornado warning that's in progress east of the Emporia area. This does not include the KSN viewing area, but it is a storm. If it holds together, it may get closer to the Ottawa area. Emporia, Wichita, Arc City, all under the tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight. Once the cold front moves through and our winds flip around out of the northwest, our tornadic threat and our severe storm threat is expected to drop. But on the high end, when it comes to our storm threats, it's going to be the large hail. Right now, we've had anywhere from quarter up to ping pong ball size hail. Damaging winds, as this line really starts to get going and pushing off to the east, could produce 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Some gusts could even be stronger than that. Tornadic potential is elevated, and flooding. I don't think there's going to be much flooding. Yes, there could be some localized flooding, but because of the progression of this front, how quickly it's starting to pass through, I think this is going to limit some of the flooding concerns. But this is definitely a potent atmosphere producing heavy amounts of rainfall, and it will cause complications on area roadways. You do not want to drive through any of this because you might also meet up with some of the hail. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southeastern Sedgwick County, a good part of Butler County until 5 p.m. and also northwestern Cowley County. This is also where we find meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3 as we're looking here with our Barron Threat Index. Any place that you see some pinkish, purplish colors is going to be some hail. So we could easily talk about quarters, maybe even upwards of ping pong ball size hail with some of these storms. Meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3 trying to stay ahead of this line. Jack, give us an update from the field.
Hey Lisa, right now we're a little ways northeast of Oxford, and we're just looking to the west at this big long line of thunderstorms that's moving across portions of northwestern Cowley County, through Sumner, through southeastern Sedgwick County. These storms are, because they're forming into a line like this, that has helped to keep that hail potential down just a little bit, keeping it more in check, but it's not eliminating hail from the possibilities. We are still seeing some of those reports of quarters to ping pong ball size hail from time to time, and we're going to continue to see that. And if any of these storms gets any little bit of elbow room, like I'm seeing a little bit more of a core just to the west of Belle Plaine, that could be producing a little bit more of a focused hail threat here in the short term. But right now, yeah, because these storms are forming into a line like this, that makes me think more that damaging winds might be more of an imminent threat with these storms as they continue to intensify, and ingredients are definitely becoming more and more primed for these storms to continue intensifying over the next few hours. Lisa?
Yeah, the severe storm threat definitely morphing, definitely changing as we go through the evening. From downtown Wichita, we did have some hail up to the size of quarters in downtown Wichita, located at the EOC, which is just about a block away from KSN. As we look to the south and also back to the south-southeast, the darkened skies associated with the hail potential and the heavy amounts of rainfall. Over toward Sumner County, northwest of Wellington, we have one pocket of hail, another pocket of hail south of Argonia that's heading over toward the Caldwell area. This is basically traveling from the southwest to the northeast. Severe thunderstorm warning stays in effect for Sumner County until 5 p.m. Look at the heavy amounts of rainfall moving over toward Belle Plaine. And the area that Jack was talking about, right about in here, we're going to see if maybe this may start to tighten up, if we could get some rotation out of that. But the good news is that these are starting to line up like the carts of a train, which does turn into more of the damaging wind threat. Back toward Harper County, southeastern Harper County, under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 p.m., also indicating some hail that is now pushing to the east of Bluff City. Look at how it extends all the way back southwest of Woodward, Oklahoma. Cold front has to push southeastward, but in the meantime, these thunderstorms will keep chucking it to the northeast and cruising at about 55 miles per hour. Now starting to see some strong wind signatures moving through Melbourne and also Waverly. This is pushing east of the KSN viewing area. This is where we did have some rotation associated with the tornadic potential potential a little while ago. And another storm that's now east of Fredonia, also moving away. I have a few other thunderstorms that are popping up over toward Howard County. Significantly drier to the northwest. We're also noticing that our dew point here in Wichita is dropping. That's because the front is continuing to push to the southeast. So for the rest of this evening at 5:30, you can see the rain train from parts of Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. We are done. Colder winds will move in. Skies are expected to clear. And then by Sunday, temperatures will start to warm up. But we are going to have some pretty chilly mornings. Temperatures are cooling to the upper 40s in McCook, 65 in Wichita, 75 in Ark City, 75 in Medicine Lodge. Our lows tonight, 20s in the northwest, upper 20s, lower 30s in the southwest. We also have temperatures in the upper 30s to the 40s in the central parts of the state. Highs tomorrow, 50s to the 60s. This is actually going to be cooler than average for this time of year, and freeze warnings have now been the upgrade from freeze watches in north central, northwestern Kansas and the southwestern parts of the state. This does not include Wichita for Saturday morning. Another chance for storms will arrive Wednesday into Thursday. We'll have to watch the severe potential at that time. 62 on Saturday, 72 on Sunday, mid-70s by Monday. North central Kansas, 60 degrees on Saturday, 80s Tuesday, Wednesday. Also expected to get more active by Thursday. North southwest Kansas, 51 on Saturday, 74 on Sunday, mid-80s by Tuesday. Feeling more like summertime, but this weekend it's going to be pretty cool. And northwest Kansas, overnight lows tonight and tomorrow night will be in the 20s. Jeff, Julia.
All right, Lisa, thank you. Still ahead here at 4, the price of beef nearing record highs.
From hail to damaging winds and the threat for tornadoes, we have you covered tonight. We have a tornado watch that stays in effect through 9 p.m. tonight. Once this line advances a little bit farther to the east-southeast, counties will be removed, like Barber County and Medicine Lodge, originally included in the tornado watch, but no longer. A watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes to occur. We have not had a tornado warning in effect within the KSN viewing area, but we have had a few just off to the east of us. This is one line, one severe thunderstorm warning after another. As you can see from our Wichita State University Skyview camera, things are pretty dark now to the south and also to the east, but things will start to brighten up a little bit once this line pushes farther southeast of us. There will be some embedded areas of hail. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect from Butler County, southeastern Sedgwick County, northern Cowley County, all the way through Sumner and also southeastern Harper counties. Most of these warnings will go right up to the 5 o'clock hour, but there's also additional thunderstorms that are starting to take on more of a supercell structure just across the state line. Let's get out to meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3 for an update, who is out ahead of this line watching these thunderstorms come up from the southwest. Jack.
Yeah, Lisa, right now we're pretty close to Ark City, and we've broken off from that line of thunderstorms that's been ongoing through south central Kansas because, yeah, we're starting to see them kind of cluster together into a big old mess off over to the east. Some severe weather embedded within it, but it's a very disorganized storm mode farther off to the east. But those new storms coming in from the southwest, those are looking a little bit more mean, a little bit more organized, like they would have more of that damaging hail, wind, and also maybe a bit of a tornado threat going into this evening. We're going to be monitoring those as they get closer and approach the state line, and we'll be continuing to keep you updated from the field here in Storm Tracker 3. Lisa.
All right, meteorologist Jack Maney. Strong thunderstorms will be around through early tonight. By about 10 o'clock, most of this should be off to the east of us, and Wichita will be milder than other parts of the state. But for the next several hours, all forms of severe weather are likely. So who has the highest potential for the damaging winds, the hail, and the tornadoes? It's going to vary depending on where you live, and meteorologist Lucy Dahl is breaking that down. Lucy.
Lisa, the area that's been included in this moderate risk for severe weather are those who have the biggest chance of seeing all forms of severe weather through this evening. This does include Wichita, Emporia, up towards Kansas City, as well as Topeka, this whole area here in red. If we break it down per risk, the tornado risk going to be for a large area of the state. That's where storms are moving through right now. We could see quick spin-up tornadoes along the line, but any isolated cell that doesn't have anything near it, nothing to fight with over the energy, could produce a tornado as well. For those of us expecting to see strong damaging winds, that's more so going to be for areas in Emporia off towards the east through Kansas City, this area highlighted here in pink. But large hail is going to be a concern for those of us in the Wichita Metro, all the way up the Turnpike to Emporia and then back down into Oklahoma, as hail up to tennis ball in size will be possible through this evening. We'll continue to keep you updated with a full hour-by-hour breakdown of what to expect to see and when coming up in your full Storm Track 3 forecast. Julia.
Unemployment is staying steady in Kansas, but fewer jobs are available. Department of Labor data shows the unemployment rate was 3.9% in February. That is the same from January, but up 0.1% from February of 2025, and it is below the national rate of 4.3%. Kansas lost 3,800 jobs, with the largest decrease coming from trade, transportation,
Meteorologist Lisa Teachman, sponsored by X Services.
A strong cold front's been tracking across Kansas today. It encountered plenty of atmospheric juice and instability, providing us with some severe weather. So far, hail has been the #1 concern with these thunderstorms, as they are now starting to congeal or form together into a line. You can see the darkened sky now pushing to the south of the Wichita area. This is where we are seeing the line of one severe thunderstorm warning after another. Hail is still going to be a concern. There's one cell I'm watching south of Wichita for that. We are under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight. Wichita, Sedgwick County, Newton, and Harvey County. Once this line progresses a little bit farther to the east, these counties will be lifted from the west to the east. Strong storms will still be around, but to the southeast of Wichita through 7 p.m. By midnight, we're done. And then cooler temperatures will start to move in for the weekend with a freeze warning in parts of the state. Tracking where the severe storm threat is heading to next and who's going to be under that freeze warning. Coming up in your Storm Track 3 forecast, your news starts now.
This is KSN News 3 at 5.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jeff Herndon.
And I'm Julia Thatcher. Severe storms are active in Kansas tonight, prompting multiple severe thunderstorms. Hail as big as ping pong balls is being reported in Sedgwick and Harvey counties, and a tornado watch remains active for the eastern parts of the state.
Yeah, we do have team coverage tonight for this evening's storms. Meteorologist Jack Maney live in Storm Tracker 3. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman and meteorologist Lucy Dahl are in the Weather Center, keeping an eye on the conditions.
And we want to start in the Storm Track 3 Weather Center. Lisa, what is the latest track on these storms?
Remaining under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. Thankfully, the KSN viewership area has not received a tornado warning, but we have had several severe thunderstorm warnings and hail. So far, the largest hailstones, Valley Center, getting up to ping pong ball size. These are the counties that will stay under the tornado watch from now until 9 p.m. The red shaded areas just up the road to the northeast, those are active tornado warnings. We're still going to be watching thunderstorms coming out of Oklahoma and ones that are going to favor the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. These may try to stay by themselves, and that's the goal. If you want to produce more tornadic weather, some of the larger hailstones, these thunderstorms right now, as they've started to form together, they're still producing heavy amounts of rainfall and some hail. There's this one that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45 for southern Butler County and northern Cowley County. Storm that's moving over Udall right now. This is going to be some big hail. We could probably have some hail that could be up to the size of maybe ping pong balls out of this. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning for Sumner County has now been dropped, but more severe weather is coming up from the southwest. Just to the south of where we have this one hail-warned storm in northwestern Cowley County and also southern Butler County is meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. And Jack, as these storms started to go up, they didn't have much elbow room at all.
Yeah, that's right, Lisa. We've been seeing these storms try to take more of that linear sort of flavor so far, and that's been keeping both our hail sizes down, but also keeping damaging winds on the table with some of these storms, some of the stronger ones that we've seen. But for the time being, they've really helped to interfere with each other and keep the intensities from getting too high, too high, close to that ceiling of what the atmosphere might be capable of supporting today. But watching as these storms that are coming in from northwestern Oklahoma, or as they approach the state line, those are a little bit more isolated. They have a little more elbow room. They've been able to organize and maintain at least some rotation in the mid levels of those storms, and that'll help to keep that hail threat a little bit more potent with them, and maybe even that could foster a bit more of a tornado potential later on this evening. We're going to continue to monitor these storms as they get closer and closer to the state line into southern Kansas. Lisa?
And this is one of the thunderstorms that's just across the state line. So this is the Kansas-Oklahoma state line, Waukeeta over toward Pond Creek and Medford back toward Nash. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is also one of those storms that tends to be by itself. Breaking down all the different ingredients that we have for severe weather today with meteorologist Lucy Dahl. And Lucy, just before the lunch hour today, we were upgraded away from an enhanced risk to a moderate risk, and those are not handed out lightly.
They are not handed out lightly or very frequently at all, Lisa, and that is why today is going to be such a concern for us as we watch all the ingredients come together over this area in the moderate risk for all forms of severe weather. This does include Wichita, Emporia, Kansas City, and then back down into Oklahoma. The main threat that we're watching right now is the tornado threat. That intensity could be on the stronger side for areas here in yellow. These are also the counties included within the tornado watch. One or two storms might spin up along the leading line and then push into an environment that is yet to see activity form and have plenty of energy left for those storms. In terms of our wind gusts, 80 mph or greater going to be possible, but hail concerns upwards of baseball or larger is what we need to watch today. We'll continue to monitor storms throughout the rest of the evening and keep you updated here on KSN. Jeff, Julia.
Lucy, thank you. You at home can keep track of severe weather by downloading our free Storm Track 3 weather app. And for live continuous severe weather coverage, head to our KSN Plus app. It is available for free on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Samsung TV Plus. Because of the weather, McConnell relocated some of its aircraft. Pegasus and Stratotankers are at other military bases. Aircraft undergoing maintenance, flight line vehicles, and other equipment are being stored in hangars on base.
but also the atmosphere has been incredibly unstable. We've had enough lift with a cold front crossing through the area and the ingredients that tornadoes are still possible. We have a new tornado warning that has now popped up to the south of the Kansas City metro. This is going to move away from the Kansas side into western Missouri. Right now, we do not have any tornado warnings that are actively in progress across our area, but a watch tells us the conditions are favorable. We've had golf ball size hail so far this evening in the Derby area. Most of our hail reports have been between quarter to $half, even upwards of ping pong ball size. And you can see the swath of hail. Once these thunderstorms started to move away from the Emporia area, they became much more of a damaging wind threat. So all the ingredients are definitely there. It's not just us, but look at the cold front as it goes all the way up to this potent bowling ball of energy in northern Wisconsin. Every single box that is highlighted is a tornado watch, and just one flash after another, the polygons that are associated with severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So all ingredients on the table. Right now, large hail still number one, but as the storms start to congeal into a line, you get more of the damaging wind threat, and the tornado threat may become much more of a problem if these storms can stay by themselves. They have enough elbow room to work with, and that's what we're watching here across northern Oklahoma on the tail end of these thunderstorms that are tracking to the east-northeast. And the path of these thunderstorms has been quite fast to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. That's the path that this storm is taking, prompting a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Butler County into northern Cali County. And this is going to be a hailer. We're talking about hail up to the size of quarters, 60-mile-per-hour winds tracking to the northeast. Another cell over Oxford that is not severe. And you can see where we have some of these embedded areas of hail. One that's near Atlanta, to the east now of Rock, southeast of Douglas, and another one just to the west of the Oxford area. And then we're watching this storm right here across Grant County. Looks like it might be tightening up a little bit. Let's get out to meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3, who is getting into position to watch as this storm, even though it's pushing eastward, it's going to start to move a little bit more to the northeast. And you can see with his GPS coordinates that Jack is on I-35 just to the north of the Blackwell area. Jack.
Yeah, Lisa, right now we're heading towards Blackwell to get in position and get ready for this storm coming in from the west. And it's looking like it's still trying to hold on to at least some mid-level rotation right now. And that's a supercell coming into K County. But the question is whether that mid-level rotation is going to eventually translate over towards lower-level rotation as we get into the evening, as that low-level wind field gets a little bit more primed for any tornadic potential. But for right now, yeah, that's looking like a pretty good hailstorm coming into western K County that will be arriving in the next hour. So we're going to be watching this one as it comes in, and whether or not this can make it up over the state line into far southern Kansas. We'll be keeping an eye on how this storm continues to evolve here from Storm Tracker 3. Lisa.
We'll be checking in with Jack through the evening, but then there's another storm that is quick on the heels of this one back toward Fairview, prompting another severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, these are in northern Oklahoma, but as they lift to the east-northeast, they will be moving into parts of southern Kansas as the night goes on. That's why we have that tornado watch in effect for many more hours. Also, south of Kansas City over toward Raymore and the Grandview area, this is one tornado warning. That's going to be for a storm that's coming out of the Kansas side into western Missouri. Live look outside. Our downtown Wichita Skyview camera looking to the east. Yes, this is our Godzilla tower that we're having to shoot through, but this is going to be where we still have quite a few thunderstorms that are reaching the severe storm threshold. But in Wichita, the front's advancing. Our dew point is dropping. It's still pretty juicy over toward Ark City and Independence. That's the candy that you need to keep these thunderstorms going. So at about 6 o'clock this evening, you can see the line of thunderstorms through southeastern Kansas keep pushing away from us. There is a little bit of wraparound moisture on the backside of this to the northwest, but most of it should fall apart in the overnight. Winds will lighten up. Winds coming in from the north tomorrow will keep us cool. By Sunday, the winds switch around out of the south and temperatures will gradually warm up. We're at 47 in Goodland. Difference from one side of the state line to the other. 74 in Medicine Lodge, 73 in Ark City, 66 in Salina. Temperatures tonight, 20s to the lower 30s in the west, 32 in Hayes, 40 degrees in Wichita. Winds out of the north-northwest. And then tomorrow our winds will be maintained out of the northwest at about 10 to 20, 10 to 25 miles per hour, well below average for this time of year with a mostly sunny sky. Freeze warnings in effect throughout western Kansas into parts of Nebraska and eastern Colorado, plus the Oklahoma Panhandle. Cover up your plants and flowers. Next 7 days for Wichita, south central Kansas. Beautiful weekend. Mornings will be cool, afternoons improving and warming. 80s back by Wednesday. Wednesday and Thursday will enter another unsettled stretch, which means we may have some more severe weather to contend with. North central Kansas, 60 degrees on Saturday, mid-70s on Monday. Overnights could become a little frosty tomorrow morning, even Sunday morning. Southwest Kansas, some of the coolest temperatures, along with the northwest parts of the state. On Wednesday, there's a slight chance of a few showers and thunderstorms. And northwest Kansas may see some of this activity, but then by Thursday and Friday, it starts to push off to the east. So not a lot of moisture in western Kansas, and I know how much we desperately need it here. Keep it here. We have much more after the break as KSN News 3 at 5 continues.
Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman. Sponsored by X Services.
The severe storm threat for Wichita and Sedgwick County has now ended, but a tornado watch remains in effect for many more counties to the east and to the south as a dangerous line of thunderstorms continues to track from Oklahoma through Kansas all the way over toward the Missouri side. We have overcast skies here in Wichita, Sedgwick County under several severe thunderstorm warnings earlier today. Hail has been the #1 concern so far. We still have to watch out for damaging winds and tornadoes. Tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. from Sumner County to Kay County, Oklahoma, with Butler, Cowley, Greenwood, Elk, and Chautauqua counties on over toward the Kansas City side of things. Some rain, snow trying to work in from the northwest, but thunderstorms will continue. There's one in northwestern Kay County, Oklahoma that remains severe. Thunderstorms will maintain their severe status for a couple more hours, but by 10 o'clock, midnight at the latest, we're finished. Then comes the chill. How cold it's going to get. We'll also track these thunderstorms for the rest of the evening, hour by hour, all ahead in your Storm Track 3 forecast. Your news starts now.
This is KSN News 3 at 6.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Julia Thatcher.
And I'm Jeff Herndon. A tornado watch in place for much of southern and eastern Kansas. One line of storms already sweeping through, dropping rain and some ping-pong-sized hail.
And that threat is not over. We have team coverage tonight. Meteorologist Jack Meany is live in Storm Tracker 3, and meteorologist Lucy Dahl is here in studio.
But we begin with Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman for a look at what the storms are doing right now. Lisa.
And within the last 20-30 minutes, the Wichita area, Sedgwick County, lifted from the tornado watch. So as the cold front continues to progress southeast, we will watch as these counties will be lifted. But any place that's highlighted in yellow still needs to be weather aware for all forms of severe weather. And these thunderstorms developed quite rapidly between 1 and 2 p.m. this afternoon and also went severe within a few minutes after forming. Thunderstorms continue to move rather rapidly to the north. Some of these are moving a little bit faster than others. Some of these thunderstorms have been tracking to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. This storm, though, that is now moving just to the north, trying to move into the Kansas side. We still have a warning for about 30 more minutes for Kay County, Oklahoma. No warning on the Kansas side of things, but this storm definitely poses a little bit of a watch, and it's going to be for hail and heavy amounts of rainfall. And meteorologist Jack Meany is watching this storm from Storm Tracker 3 just to the north of Blackwell, Oklahoma. And Jack, give us an update as to what you're seeing with this storm.
Hi, Lisa. Right now we're seeing these storms across northern Kay County trying to get undercut by the cold front, and that's really been helping to limit the severity of that storm. Right now we're looking off towards the east. This is some new non-severe, at least as of right now, shower activity just to the east of Ponca City that we're looking up at. And these storms, if they do manage to take root, they're going to be in a bit more of a conducive environment. They're a little farther ahead of the cold front, and we'll continue to monitor trends and see if these actually do manage to fully establish themselves. But as of now, they are still tending to grow. We're going to keep an eye on how these evolve and also watch as these other storms continue to roll in from the west. But looks like right now the tornado threat's going to be limited by how quickly that cold front's moving to the south. That cold air near the ground level is really helping to limit how much these can really contact the surface. And right now, though, the hail threat and the damaging wind is still going to be still a present problem for the rest of this evening. Lisa.
Storms getting undercut by the front, definitely something that we like to see, but the storm that you're on still capable of producing some hail, indicated north of Bremen and now to the east of Honeywell. Just got a new update. That's going to be to the over toward the Ashton area and to the north of Dilworth. Over toward Cowley County, we have a stripe of thunderstorms. This is also going to be capable of producing a little bit of hail. Nothing that is warned from Tisdale over toward Burton, tracking to the northeast. The pinkish purplish colors, that's going to be some of the small hail, probably just to the size of peas. Then as you get farther to the east, the prior severe thunderstorm warning that we had in effect for Greenwood and Elk counties has now been lifted, as most of this storm is now to the east, but it has continued to weaken. We still need to watch out for hail, high winds, and even the possibility of tornadoes. Let's bring in meteorologist Lucy Dahl, who's been checking out the tornado threat. And Lucy, we were listening to some of the coverage that's being done by our sister station up in Kansas City of a reported tornado near the Raymore and Belton areas.
That's right, Lisa. The strong to severe storms anticipated across the entire part of the state included within this moderate risk. That does include Kansas City, Topeka, Emporia, Wichita, back towards Medicine Lodge as well. And we actually got upgraded to this moderate risk this afternoon because of the threat of all forms of severe weather. The possibility of a few stronger tornadoes going to be for that same region, but we're also watching out for strong winds, gusting upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. That's going to be for this area here in orange. That does include Wichita and up towards the Kansas City area, but the larger hailstones still going to be possible off towards the south central portion of the state. We'll continue to monitor activity as it tracks through the state throughout the rest of the evening here on KSN. Jeff, Julia.
All right, Lucy, thank you. Stay on top of severe weather with our free Storm Track 3 weather app and the KSN Plus app for live continuous weather coverage. It is free for Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, or Samsung TV Plus. A wildfire that flared up in Edwards County yesterday, about 95% contained tonight. Fire departments rushed to help battle the flames. The Kansas Forest Service estimates it was as large as 1,000 acres. Norwich firefighters were among the departments helping. They tell us communicating with other departments was a challenge.
So we had direct contact, and then they had our phone numbers. But as far as radio communication, it's terrible. And I think you've probably seen where, you know, some aircraft was in the sky and couldn't coordinate. So it's tough.
The cause of the fire still under investigation.
We are coming up on a year since an EF3 tornado hit the town of Grinnell, and recovery efforts are at a roadblock due to the DHS shutdown. Crews cleared debris, rebuilt homes, and started restoring infrastructure. Grinnell's city administrator and treasurer says 2 major recovery projects are now waiting on FEMA approval.
My roads are stuck in EHP review, and everything for my golf course is stuck in mitigation. And we have been going back and forth on reviews and mitigation since September, with long gaps in between.
She says the golf course lost out on hosting events, and roads are prepped to be repaired when that money comes through.
Wichita police on the case of 7 shootings in less than a week. Coming up, what Chief Joe Sullivan is asking families and others in the community to do to help stop the violence.
And the wind surge back at home tonight, but with a different name and a look, plus a world-famous guest. Hear from him later in sports.
You're watching KSN News with Jeff and Julia, Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman, and sports with Michael Imami.
Welcome back. A Wichita woman with critical injuries after a shooting this morning near 37th and North Woodlawn.
Police are calling it a case of domestic violence and say the man who reported the shooting is in custody. This makes 7 shootings in the city in less than a week, with 4 of them happening Saturday and Sunday. One of them resulted in a man's death, and police made several arrests. Chief Joe Sullivan calls the trend disturbing, asking the community to get involved.
Be responsible for their own family members, their own loved ones, especially our young people. Know what's in their rooms, know where they are late at night. Be ready to intervene when you see a family disturbance develop. It doesn't have to escalate to gun violence.
8 homicides have happened in Wichita.
Speaking of Wichita, here's a live look over downtown. Off to the south, you see that severe warning storm. That's over Sumner County right now. It's been a stormy afternoon in parts of Kansas. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman returns with her full Storm Track 3 forecast right after this.
That's capable of producing quarter-size hail approaching the Ark City area. This is tracking to the east. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for southeastern Sumner County and also central into southern Cowley County. As this continues to track to the east, it will be capable of producing hail. The warning goes until 7 o'clock tonight, anywhere from about Ark City up toward Winfield. Be prepared for some of this hail. So you still have a couple more minutes here in Ark City before the storm is on your doorstep, and quarter-size hail will do damage. We're going to continue to monitor this storm, and also we can see the back edge of these thunderstorms from our downtown Wichita Skyview camera. Beautiful sunset, but if you look over here, this is going to be where that storm is that has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning for Sumner and also Cowley counties. Back down to the south, over toward western K County, Oklahoma, back across the county line over toward Grant County. This storm has my attention. This storm actually tracking to the east as well, and they have upped the hail on this storm over toward Pond Creek up to the size of tennis balls. And somebody who is in position not only monitoring the storm to the north that's getting ready to go into Ark City, but also the storm coming in from the west is meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. And Jack, depending on where you're looking, you are being surrounded by these thunderstorms.
Yeah, Lisa, right now we're in Newkirk, Oklahoma. We're watching the one storm which we're turning towards the north right here. So you can see off in the distance the one that's moving into portions of southern Cowley County near the Ark City area. And then we've got a couple showers to the east of us, and then that bigger, more powerful thunderstorm that'll be coming into the western reaches of K County before too much longer, within about the next hour or so. But right now, yeah, what we're seeing right here, this looks like about where the cold front starts, and off to the north, it's going to be, storms are going to be undercut by all this cold air, so that helps to reduce the tornado threat, but we could still keep the wind and hail going for that storm farther off to the north. And we're going to continue to monitor these new little upstarts that are coming up in eastern K County, because those will eventually be heading towards Elk and Chautauqua counties.
All right, K County, Oklahoma, along with Sumner, Cowley, Butler, Greenwood, Elk, and Chautauqua counties remain under a tornado watch through 9 p.m. tonight. The severe storm threat has ended for the Wichita area and Sedgwick County, although there are a couple of showers that have been popping up in northwestern Sedgwick County, not expecting those to become severe. This is the line of thunderstorms, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. We've seen more of the tornado warnings closer to the Kansas City metro, like in the Belton area. They have damage due to a tornado. Expected tornado from earlier today. That's now starting to push off to the east. The Kansas City metro looks like the severe storm threat has now ended, along with Topeka, because the front continues to advance. Hail has been our biggest problem. We've seen quarters up to about golf ball size hail reported in Derby earlier. And if you look over toward the Missouri River, over toward Atchison County, one report of a tornado here from earlier today, and then the other tornado report coming in minutes ago from the Belton area of Cass County down to the south and also to the southeast of Kansas City. Thunderstorms will continue to push eastward along with the advancing cold front. We've had a lot of instability today. The moisture was building through the overnight into this morning, but then as we started to see one thunderstorm pop up, a lot of thunderstorms began to pop up, and they need to have that elbow room. They want to stay by themselves if they want to have a greater tornadic potential. We saw that a little bit more over toward eastern Kansas compared to the southern half of the state. Wichita's dew points dropping. This is the drier air that's moving in. Also, drier air is now starting to push over toward Ark City, like Jack was talking about in Storm Tracker 3. These thunderstorms are getting undercut because of the cold front and that cooler air. So we're starting to lose our juice in the Ark City area. Still pretty juicy over toward Independence, as thunderstorms are going to try to move in that direction to keep going. So all these thunderstorms should be pushing southeastward. I think by about 10 o'clock, midnight at the latest, we're all done. Winds will come in from the north-northwest into tomorrow. We're going to have a freezing start in the western parts of the state. Sunshine is expected, a few clouds at times. Winds will start to turn around out of the south going into Sunday. Temperatures now in the 30s in Goodland. This is a good old-fashioned Kansas cold front. 74 in Medicine Lodge, 64 in Wichita, 70s in Independence. But the cooler temperatures in the 20s will take root across northwest Kansas, down towards southwest Nebraska, or southwest Kansas rather. Southwest Nebraska will also get as cold. 40 degrees tonight in Wichita, 38 degrees in Salina. Highs tomorrow into the 50s and 60s with mainly sunny skies. Winds are also going to be elevated at about 10 to 25 miles per hour. All these counties highlighted in purple. Freeze warnings. Make sure you cover up your tender vegetation, your plants, your flowers. They will take a hit. 62 for tomorrow for Wichita, south central Kansas. 75 on Monday. Increasing chances for showers and thunderstorms again next Wednesday and Thursday, potentially even Friday, although I think Friday is going to be more of eastern Kansas. In north central Kansas, 60 tomorrow, dropping to 36 Sunday morning. Could have some patchy frost. 80s by Tuesday. Another chance for thunderstorms Wednesday into Thursday. Southwest Kansas, there's a chance for Wednesday. for a little bit of rainfall, but I don't think we're going to have a whole lot over the next week. 80s by Monday, lower 60s for tomorrow. Tonight and tomorrow night, along with northwest Kansas, dipping below freezing. 50s in northwest Kansas tomorrow, 70s on Sunday. That's a little bit better, but a little bit more like summertime Tuesday and Wednesday, with a 10% chance for rain on Wednesday. the south and east of the Wichita area. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Kay County, Oklahoma, that we help to cover here at KSN. We have this cell that's capable of producing hail to the size of baseballs heading over toward the Blackwell area, may stay just to the north of Tonkawa. This has had a history of producing large hail. Hail up to 3 inches in diameter fell in Lamont, which is just across the county line in Grant County. That is according to the fire chief in town in Lamont. This will be tracking to the east-northeast. Blackwell, be prepared for some monster-size hail. It looks like this storm is also going to be producing some pretty heavy rains. This is a look at that hail core over toward Eddy, just to the southwest of Blackwell and pretty close to the Tonkawa area. This will actually be a storm that we're going to monitor rather closely as it gets a little bit closer to the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. Across the state line into southern Cali County, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect until 7 p.m. near Dexter, also near Maple City. Getting a little bit of hail, but it looks like we have so many other thunderstorms that are starting to pop up that this is going to reduce the severe storm threat, at least for the short term. And the hail cores continue to drop over toward Dexter, toward Cameron. We do have a tornado watch that remains in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. Sumner County, along with Kay County, Oklahoma, Butler, Cowley, Greenwood, Elk, and Chautauqua counties. The severe storm threat for the Wichita area and Sedgwick County has now ended, but as you can see across the state line into parts of Missouri and even into Iowa, tornado warnings are still in progress. So a lot of these thunderstorms are going to push into an environment that may be more conducive for tornadoes to occur. And we'll continue to keep you advised and informed right here on KSN and also KSN.com.